Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to part 3. Does anyone know why this is called Gothic? Anybody on the YouTube comments want to jump in and be like, it's because of such and such, because I don't actually know why. And it's just kind of a weird thought, because, yeah, I don't know why. Here it is, the MMO sheet. So here we go. Just really quick. Just in basic numbers, the highest ranking cutscene in all of WoW is Old Soldier. That's without the one that's not in the game, by the way. After that is War Within. And after War Within is Warbringer's Ashara. After Ashara, double check in my notes. Yep, it's Pandaria. Pandaria's cinematic. Then Harbinger's Gul'dan, then Harbinger's Khadgar, then Dragonflight. The basic one, not the other one. And then I'm going to stop keeping track. Alright. So we have some very specific things to do here today. They sort of started running into a wall a little bit. Again. Where are we? Where are we? Okay, right. We were fighting lizards. A terrible idea. We're going to stop doing this immediately. We're going to go back to town. Normally, this would be like the editor that I totally have would splice out this entire chunk of time until I get to town, and then I could continue my speech. A lot of streamers I've noticed actually get into this habit of understanding that eventually they'll be edited. So they'll say something like, I wonder what'll happen when we get back to town. And then they'll just sit here, mostly quiet, as they're waiting for the stream to get to the point where they actually want to be. And then they'll be like, oh my gosh, because, now they're in town and now they know that this part is going to be on camera. Some people will be like, man, I sure hope I don't encounter any lizards outside of town. And then they will go outside of town, find some lizards, and go, ah. You get it. Planning for the edits. Planning for the jump cuts. I'm so sorry, Mr. Red. Okay, so now I have a very difficult task in front of me. I have to find a blacksmith. Well, the method I mentioned is actually better than the regular YouTube vid in pretty much every way, because so most of these people actually make the majority of their money streaming, like I do. That's what I was thinking, Dakota. It's just, it helps to have the YouTube side of things as a plug and as a way to just kind of have a little bit of like additional income on the side, especially if they are actually monetized or sponsored. So it's kind of double dipping, but it's double dipping in a way that makes perfect sense. It's just being efficient. You're already streaming, right? You're already doing your primary vehicle. You might as well also then be prepared for YouTube side of things. Do you mean gameplay-wise or story-wise, Dakota? Because I do need to jot down some thoughts on exactly that. You'd rather be one or the other. Ah, okay. Why? Like, I'm sorry. I obviously disagree because, I'm one of those people who wishes I could do exactly that. I can't afford an editor. So I'm curious why you think my chosen profession should not be, or I guess my chosen strategy might be a better way to put that. Blacksmith. I'd say story-wise, as much as I think the brickwork is not good, I think the visual storytelling of it is actually pretty good. Like, legitimately actually good. This place looks exactly like what it is. It is what is left of a fortress that has been reconverted into a shanty town. We haven't even seen inside the castle yet. And we kind of don't need to, What was that, Dad? Like, we've seen all we need to see about this place out here. Ooh, 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 ooh. I mean, if you remember, our specific chosen sleeping spot just happens to be a hole in the wall which someone dragged a bed into. Okay, Innocence. I will accept being subpar content. Because I don't know what else to say about that. I don't know how else to approach that. I am sorry for sucking. I will say that. Still not seeing a... I've seen a blacksmith. I've seen a blacksmith before. I just don't remember where. Because, yeah, exactly. We actually interacted with the animal. We saw the grind wheel and everything. Part of the problem, and this goes to the gameplay side of things, is that this HUD sucks. Or hub. Sorry, not HUD. The HUD's not great either, but the hub sucks. This place sucks to navigate. Especially since there's not really a lot of way to go up or down the various ramps. So instead, navigating the town becomes this.
Hey, you... Now, the time... Just... Maybe.
Here, have your 10 R.
I've changed my mind. There now. And from now on... See ya. Don't you worry about anything here in the camp. We'll...
Okay. Don't worry, I played him off for a reason.
I better keep out of there.
It's better than nothing. That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said about my streams, Innocence. They're better than nothing. Maybe up here. Maybe. Oh.
Hey, you.
Who? Me?
You know who I mean, Sonny. Let me tell you something. This is my district, and I don't want any trouble. But new guys like you are always trouble, especially when they sneak around the place at night. So why don't you go home and make sure I don't see you here again? There's an empty hut opposite the arena, the one with the canopy. Get some sleep. And if I catch you in one of the other huts, I shall personally see to it that you live to regret it.
Okay. Sure. Oh. We found it. We did it. Okay. Alright, so we've successfully reached our destination. Let's save. Alright, I mean, the voice acting in this game is impeccable. Is this? Is this it? Okay, hang on. There we go. I'll take all this raw steel. And some good swords. No, I have not, Giga. Why are you attuning to fire? Okay, now we've got a trip. Good news is I already know where I'm going at this point. The bad news is that there is no way to speed this up. So once again, this would be a perfect time to be like, so now we're going to the swamp camp. Edit. Chop out the trip. I actually agree with Crazy Norse completely, by the way. The setting is more interesting than anything else going on here. Again, we were talking about that concept of the Marmite game. This definitely feels like a Marmite game. You play as a nobody nothing who's thrown into a magically ensealed island in which there's a prison camp, which just kind of has its own little culture and society that's been built up. trapped within here, right? Like, that's fascinating. That is a wonderful idea for setting a place. Something... Slight tangent. Once upon a time, we were doing a tabletop version of a 4X game over on the forums, back when we still had a forum. And while we were doing our initial setup, one of our viewers, Javan, he was asking, look, we could do this on just whatever, right? We could do this on like a lush plane or a planetoid or a space station or whatever. Why don't we do something weird? Like, we could do whatever we want to. Why don't we go ahead and try for something a little bit more unique? And what we came up with was an idea of a hell planet, where the surface of the planet is like this horrifically dangerous nightmare zone for various reasons. But floating above it were various floating islands, which could be controlled and directed and had their own particular modes of survival and transportation. And the 4X game was set on the islands. By the way, I'd love to actually make this game someday. But I'm going to stop there before I bore you about all the details. The point is, we could do whatever we wanted to with the premise, right? With the setting. Why don't more games do that? I mean, we know why. I actually could tell you exactly and fundamentally why. It's because Inosians just gave me $50 and wanted to interrupt my speech. Thank you, Inosians, very much. Always appreciate you. I do hope life has been treating you as well as it can, Inosians. At the very least, I hope we've all been rolling with the punches. I'll put that towards automation, Stellaris, and Pokemon Legends. ZA. Put this here, then put this here, and then put this here. Okay. I mean, Sony can suck a lemon, Trihexia, so I'm cool with that. And that's pretty much my answer to that question. The tree. The tree. But yeah, familiarity is branding. I mean, I actually have my own term for it. I call it familiarity effect, where we tend to prefer things that are more familiar. Necromancers? No. Yeah, I mean, that game did fall apart pretty quickly because games like that require player interaction, player interest. You can't really do a game like that without the players caring. I did like your faction too, Raven. Corporations, the larger the worse, but this is true for just about any corporation, prefer safe bets. They don't like risks. They don't like to gamble. They don't like things that are not more guaranteed to return their investment, because all they care about is getting a return on their investment. And so they tend to go with the safe stuff. Now, I have theorized for years that this is one direction and not the other. Let me explain what I mean by that. An executive at a gaming company will tell you that all players love your typical proto-fantasy Oblivion-esque area, right? Because that's what the players demand, and so that's what they make, and because that's what they make, people buy them. I proffer that it's actually the other way around. That players like variety, that players like different and new and interesting concepts, but we don't get those except in the indie space, and so we buy whatever it is we have access to. In other words, they are pushing, we are not pulling, to put very simply. This is a theory I have in a lot of spaces, films, shows, and games. So, it's easy to kind of prove my point here. Nobody wants RTS games because nobody's buying RTS games. Okay, so I need... Could you take me to...
Show me the way.
To the smithy.
To the blacksmith shop.
Follow me.
The indie space tends to tap the same well pretty frequently, too. However, I will give the indie space at least credit for actually freaking innovating. Whereas the AAA space hasn't innovated in years. The same problems that affect the AAA space affect the indie space just to a lesser extent. The difference is that in the indie space, there's enough freedom that at least individuals or small groups can actually say, you know what, I want to make such and such, and then they can. I actually used a specific example of this. Mina the Hollower is a game being made by Yacht Club Games based off of the Game Boy Zeldas. And that is, whoa there. And it's...
But keep it to yourself. I'm not involved. People don't need to know it.
a
Same old story.
iteration of those games rather than just being a copy-paste. I can't move.
Wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
I can't move. No, I can't do it.
It's obvious that one's very clever.
Okay, Control-Alt-F8 worked. Thank you. Wow, that's a new one to me. I have not seen that happen yet.
It's obvious that
Again, I'm going to save for absolutely no reason now.
you're very... I better keep out of it. You're very... Well, there was a time when things would have gone very differently.
That's the smithy. Have a look around. I'll wait here for about an hour. Then I'll leave.
Thanks. Okay, what am I doing here? Let's see. I'll just save now.
There was a time when things would have gone very...
Okay.
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble. That's how it goes. You're very probably...
It's not a bad axe, actually.
People always talk.
Actually, better than the frickin' sword we were using, so I'll take it.
It's obvious that there'd be trouble ahead.
I sure hope so, Crazy Horse. But if they do, and this is going back to what I was just saying, it's going to be in the indie space. AAA space is a graveyard, to be very blunt about it. It's a whole bunch of corpses that people keep reanimating in order to try and throw at us and hope that we'll spend more money on it. I know, okay. Okay, so now what am I doing?
Some people never...
Is this the furnace? This looks furnace-y. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Ed. I have given plenty of flack to this game, which I stand behind. But at the very least, I can tell that this was a game made by people who wanted to make a freaking game and made their own game from it as a result, rather than template number 378. I will always prefer crap that was made by someone who gave a damn, to boring wallpaper paste made by committee. Or put another way, I'll prefer Birdemic over Transformers 4. We might be here in a minute. And by the way, I've seen both of those films, so I can actually make that comparison directly.
You shouldn't believe everything.
Maybe am I drifting? Birdemic might not be a good example. Let me try to think of a better example of a film that's not good, but was made by someone who gave a crap. See, I have the opportunity to say a lot of films that would piss people off here, but that would be a joke, and I don't want to joke about this. No, I can't stand The Room, and I honestly am legitimately irritated that the internet will not let go of that goddamn terrible film, because that is a terrible film. It's not entertainingly bad, it is just bad. I actually have not managed to watch the whole thing because it was so awkward and cringe-inducing that I could not stomach watching more of it at a certain point.
Very probably right. That won't happen. You shouldn't believe.
I'll take Transformers 4 over The Room. That is an insult.
There must be something about that story after all. As long as I. Well, there was a time when things would have gone.
You know what? That's a good example there. And that is a bad film, and I have seen that film. How many of you have seen The Net? With Sandra Bullock. It was a 90s flick. Back when filmmakers had no idea how the internet worked. In complete contrast to nowadays. The film was awful. But it's better than Transformers 4. Okay, so hang on. I think this thing next. Yep. It is funny in hindsight. I'll agree with that. It's not quite what I'm going for, though. I'm trying to think of like a film that's cheap. The problem is there aren't really a lot of cheap films because Hollywood has this horrific stranglehold on the film industry to the point where it's like we don't really get indie films. You know where you see indie films? On YouTube. Or indie film fests, which you never see outside of YouTube.
That won't happen.
I have not sat down and watched the film because why would I ever torture myself with that? But I have seen quite a bit of War of the Worlds, the recent one. I love how we just drift as we do these animations. Actually, quite a few films had really, really small budgets or were done by studios that weren't established studios until after the film came out. I don't remember if Pulp Fiction is one of them, but I do know that was relatively early in that particular career path. Okay.
Well, there was a time when things would have gone
We now have a few swords.
won't happen again.
65, to be precise. Alright.
I better keep out of it. Well, there was a time when things would have gone very differently.
Don't you love walkthroughs? Alright, now, let's try to get a better weapon.
So, people don't need to know it. You're very right.
Of course.
People always talk. Well, hang on. Better not go rushing into anything.
Yeah, Clerks is another example of one of those films that was technically an indie film. Which, again, is weird to think about, hindsight, but there it is. Terminator 1 would qualify as well. There's actually a term for that. I can't remember what it is. It's gone out of practice because it's legitimately unsafe, and also Hollywood likes to flex its muscles. So, like, a good reason and a bad reason. But there used to be this insert name here type of film where effectively rogue filmmakers would go out and film and make a film without any regulations or oversight or whatever. Usually illegally, like Terminator 1. Guerrilla films, that's it. And yeah, for those who are not aware, Terminator 1 was illegal when they were making it. I know, Crazy Norse, I know. Yeah, no, the behind the scenes of Terminator 1 is actually fascinating. What would often happen is they would prep for the shot, not at the actual location, because they didn't have any licensing or anything. So they would go ahead and just sit there, prep for the shot, run through their lines, run through their patterns. The director would talk to them, Cameron would talk to them, the actors would kind of coordinate how they were going to do things. Then they'd all get in the vehicles, go to the shoot site, get set up as quickly as possible, do the shoot, and leave before anyone noticed they were doing it. Because yeah, they didn't have proper support. They couldn't ask the cops to block off traffic for a period of time. They couldn't rent a section of the city in order to film there for X amount of time, because that requires permits, which they didn't have. You know, true, Crazy Norse. Yeah, it's why they were on the run. Literally. I'm pretty sure Cameron, personally, out of pocket, had to pay a fee. You know, like, hey, you made an illegal film without proper permits. And so he had to pay out of pocket for that. It's just, he'd already made a successful film, so that wasn't really a big ask at that point. I should just go through the town. It's probably faster. Well, now let's just try to go around. Let's be different. Let's be different. Just for a change of scenery. I mean, Hollywood operates on the, if you're successful, we'll let it slide if you give us a cut mentality a lot, in many, many, many different ways. It's one of the reasons why directors, successful directors, have gotten away with so much of Hollywood's history. Well, yeah, you're being this horrible human being and actually literally abusing your personnel, including your women especially, but you did make us a few $100 million. Hello, cat. How are you? Good to know. Yeah, whoop, bugs. Hi, Moog. We were actually just talking about guerrilla filmmaking in general, and the relative lack of indie space in the modern era in, or indie space and AA space, I should say, in filmmaking. That's another thing. Films, how do I say this as simply as I can? Films are not as expensive to make as we are led to believe, I think is how I'm going to say that. Every now and again, a film will come out which is shockingly cheap and is good, and you'll notice that almost every time that happens, it is buried almost immediately. Because nobody wants that. They want their $100 million, billion, trillion flashy effects picks. Hell, even if you look at the budgets of films that shouldn't be particularly expensive, they still are. Films that just involve a few set designers, a few guest stars, and some location shoots. Good morning, Ross. Hollywood accounting is, in my opinion, the biggest chunk of that, but there's other stuff too. And yeah, marketing is a big thing, and yeah, there is a tremendous amount of fraud. Hollywood accounting isn't even one thing, it's just a broad, generalized term for all of the scummy, underhanded stuff they do to try and mess around with a film. No, I do not, Mr. Red. At least not until Steam finally goes under, so to speak, and becomes corporatized. I say without hyperbole that I think Steam is one of the biggest reasons why the indie space in gaming has been able to thrive as much as it has. They're not the only reason. I don't get sole credit. But hope you enjoy doing that entire walk again. I mean, honestly, as long as Steam continues to not be a publicly traded company, we're probably going to be alright. The moment Steam goes public... We actually can't, Colgrim. We are incapable of joining a camp, so no, we have not. And by the way, before someone accuses me of this, because anytime I speak positively about anything ever, someone immediately assumes that I am 100% in favor of them like some kind of zealous dog. No, I am not 100% in favor of Steam and what they do. There are plenty of ways that Steam do. And there are plenty of things that Steam does that I'm not a big fan of. However... No, they need level 5 too. I actually looked it up to put. However, I do think Steam is still a more net positive thing than a net negative one. Hey, Tyler. And hey, Darkrai. Yeah, no kidding, Luke. Steam is loads better than the opposition right now. Yeah, hell, I could speak positively about EA because one of the things EA does is they like to patent certain accessibility options in video games and then deliberately make those open source and not enforce those patents, so as many games as possible can have more accessibility options as default and standard. This is real. You can look this up. Doesn't mean EA is a perfect company, but I give them credit for that. What Nintendo does. And has done for decades. I've actually been a weird defender of EA for several years now. Because for a long time, EA was listed as like the worst company. And it's understandable why. Because EA's policy and practice was to eat up a developer, generally ruin whatever game it is or franchise they were working on, and then shut down that franchise and reshuffle those developers they just hired over to some other project. So from the perspective of the customer, what happens is EA kills their franchises. Yeah, that sucks. And that is nowhere near as bad as the gaming space has been for years. Most of the other big publishers are much, much, much worse on multiple vectors. Like, people keep saying, every time someone's like, what's the worst gaming publisher? Someone in chat will never say EA, and I'm like, no. For example, EA actually takes care of its employees, too. Do you know that? Over the last 2 years, there has been a gargantuan wave of firings everywhere in the entire world, but also in the gaming space. And Microsoft, I think, is currently the reigning king of that, having fired, I think we're actually into the 5-digit range of employees right now. Save, so we don't have to do that part of the run again. EA is one of those. EA has absolutely fired companies, but if you actually look at the number, or fired employees, excuse me, but if you look at the numbers, they have fired the least amount of any of the big publishers out there, even just percentage-wise. Because EA goes out of its way to try and take care of its freaking employees, bizarrely enough. I actually know people who have worked at or currently work at EA who agree that working there is actually kind of legit. With actual, customer protections, time off, benefits, etc. I didn't watch it, obviously, Ross, but I figured you'd like it. I think Activision surpassed EA, 100%. Nintendo also takes care of their employees, too. Nintendo is such a weird company. I've actually been blasted for even buying Nintendo products because of what Nintendo does on the bad side. But Nintendo also does quite a few things on the good side, too, even like just from a corporate perspective. It's very strange. It's such a bizarre freaking company. See, what we need to do is we need to take all of Nintendo's lawyers and just throw them into the sun. And I think we'd be good at that point. Just, all right. Hello, Evo. But yeah, Ubisoft is certainly really, really, really bad. Warner Brothers has been going out of its way for years to be one of the worst of the publishers. I still personally say that Tencent and 2K Games are the worst. That gets down to opinion, though. We're at the inches amongst miles thing, because all of the big publishers are awful. All of them. Good. Triaxia. I mean, they should have no case there. 2K Games literally has sent thugs to people's houses over stupid things. And Tencent is awful, top to bottom. And that's why those two, I mean, there's other things, but that's why those two tend to sit at the top of the list for me as far as the worsts. This is the wrong way. And yes, Hasbro or Wizards or whoever was actually responsible for that also gets painted with that same brush. Yeah, Tencent is a cyberpunk company, but very, very simply. Oh, thank God we're here. Okay. Okay, what am I doing? I've lost track. Okay, now that I'm here.
Let's talk about something else instead. Rely on somebody.
We need to find someone named Kronos. Probably a vendor. What company is best for players and employees? I mean, Nintendo is probably the answer to that. For all the crap that they do, they take care of their employees quite well, and they tend to go out of the way to be less screw-overy than most other big games with regards to just the players. And it's sort of pathetic that that's where the bar is, but here we are. Larian didn't do much, but I'm mostly ejecting all of the smaller companies, because we're only talking about the big companies. There's actually plenty of smaller companies that are pretty good towards both their customers and their employees. But of the big ones, because yeah, Larian's pretty cool. From everything I've understood, Alcat is pretty cool, regardless of the quality of their games. Let's see. Yacht Club Games would qualify. And, oh, there's another one. Daedalus, I think? Tend to be pretty decent. I think it's Daedalus. No, Nos. There is no mouse. I've completely given up on the mouse. Listen, I'm not saying that Owlcat Games push out games that are so terrible that we had to come up with an entirely new lorium to describe what they were doing. But I've also only played Kingmaker, so make that what you will. Blizzard has very much turned things around. A lot. I will give them credit on that. Three record-breaking unions inside of a year at Blizzard. That's impressive. Sure, an Oceans. At this point, I'll take whatever. I'm already staring at a guidebook. No, I didn't, Oz, and I never will. At this point, I'm already too programmed by the terrible, terrible controls. I probably shouldn't try to relearn the wheel here. Okay, Kronos is 16. Is that the mage dude? Looks like the mage dude. You are Kronos. Hey, dude. Dude. Hi.
Greetings, magician.
May the blessing of Adanos be with you. I can help you to increase your magic powers or give you some useful items. What can I do for you?
Oh, you're absolutely right, Xavier. 100%. Yeah, working at Blizzard was pretty bad. And by pretty bad, I mean legitimately terrible. Microsoft is in a weird place because if they weren't... Let me actually phrase the sentence differently. Microsoft gaming has historically been really cool. It's one of the reasons I wasn't super worried about them picking up Blizzard. It is the rest of Microsoft that is the problem there. Also, I would agree that Way Forward is actually pretty cool to both customers and employees. Okay, so... Jesus, Lord Haremont. Okay, so I need several things I want to buy from you. I need to buy. I want to buy. Trade.
I want to acquire magic writings.
Okay, so I need stuff. Oh, ice bolt. Okay. I need 5 ice bolts. Okay. I need an ice block. Go. I need a ring of magic. Let's see. Ring of lesser dexterity. There it is. And a ring of power while we're at it. Oh, Jesus Christ, Brandon. Hey, Fibriz. That's it for this? Yes, okay. So that's a little expensive. Good news. We have some stuff to trade. I know you're a mage. Would you like some swords? I have swords. Would you like some swords? I have many swords. I think that's it. Okay, I'll take a loss of 10. You.
What's up?
Oh, Pillars of Eternity 2 is one of the only CRPGs I have ever played that I would say has good gameplay. It is a small list. Also, I am looking forward to eventually covering the other Owlcat games, for what that's worth. Yeah. Apparently he likes swords. Yeah, PoE 2, DOS 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon Age Origins. DOS 1 feels like a cheat, but I would actually agree with you. So, DOS 1. It is kind of a cheat. Oh, I'm never replaying DOS 1. There's no reason to. I haven't played Rogue Trader, obviously. Yeah. And I haven't played Wrath of the Righteous, so I don't know if that's been any good. Alright. So, let's save here. What I've heard about Wrath of the Righteous in like the vague sense is that it's overall improved from Kingmaker, except for the Crusade. That's pretty consistently what I hear about that game. Dichotomy of man moment. Oh, tell me about it, Crazy Horse. Yeah, I've never been back to replay Dragon Quest Builders 1. I have done a full playthrough of Dragon Quest Builders 2 3 times, 2 of which was on camera.
There must be something about
It is just that good of a freaking game.
that story after.
And we will never get a Dragon Quest Builders 3. That ship has sailed. That combination of developers and interest came together and the stars aligned and we got like one of the best freaking builder RPGs ever made. And now time has passed and the stars have de-aligned. Someone actually asked me how to define a CRPG recently, and I was thinking about that. Because obviously the C technically stands for computer, but that's a meaningless term and hasn't meant anything in literally 30 years. So, yeah, we need to do. Let me just control the stars real quick. What I decided after a lot of thought was that the central thing, the most important element that is absolutely mandatory for a CRPG, is specifically the choices gameplay. It is not a CRPG if it doesn't have some type of decision making which affects your path or your outcome or your quest progression or your routing, to whatever extent, right? Even something like Disco Elysium, for example, is a CRPG. Because Disco Elysium is all about choices gameplay. Actually, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that, Xavier. And yeah, the party aspect is another thing. Someone else jumped in and suggested that, and I actually agree that having some kind of party focus is very central to what a CRPG actually is. I couldn't really think of a CRPG that doesn't have some kind of party focus. The only example I might have come up with, Disco Elysium, I immediately was pointed out that that is inaccurate, because Disco Elysium has a party. It's just a very non-standard party, because very, very small spoilers for Disco Elysium, your party is your alternate personalities inside your own cavernous skull. A game like Planescape Torment is also probably quintessential CRPG. A game which might include no combat, because you'll notice combat isn't really the mandate. Combat is not actually what makes a CRPG, despite the inclusion of the letter C. Okay, saving again. Okay, so we just paid off Bloodwind. Can I think of an RPG that's on the computer but not as a CRPG? Yeah, Undertale. Boom. Disco Elysium is a very good game, yes. Alright. Yeah, actually, Nier Automata. There you go. Boom. Done. It's pretty easy to pick out computer RPGs that are not CRPGs. World of Warcraft. I know, I'm cheating at that point. Okay, so let's make sure. I should probably actually equip the stuff I just got. So we need to put on. Put on the magic.
Hang on. Let's not go
Let's
rushing
talk
into
about
anything.
something else instead.
I'm not listening to all that blather.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, The Witcher. Witcher 2 would probably be actually the example there.
Thought that'd been cleared up.
You can go through all of Disco Elysium without a single combat interaction, yes.
Some people don't never know about it.
Some people never learn.
So we've paid Bloodwind, okay. So we need to equip our Ice Block scroll and our Ice Bolt scroll. I don't know how to do. Oh, 4 and 5. Okay, there we go. So 4 and 5. So 4 is block and 5 is bolt. Okay, hang on. So let's go find Dexter.
There was a time when things would have gone very
And by Dexter, I mean Jackal. I don't know why I said Dexter.
As long. You're very probably right. Wasn't very clever. Better keep out of it.
That won't happen again. Let's talk about something.
Lol, Luke.
better not go rushing into anything. Keep it to yourself.
You shouldn't believe everything.
Maybe.
That's ridiculous.
I know. I'm not worth your time, Crazy Horse. It's okay.
Don't blather so much.
Yes, the Midnight Alpha is launching in 2 weeks, I believe. It's September.
I'm not listening to all that blather.
They've already got some beta builds pushing for 11.2.5. There you are. Okay, so save. Please give me protection.
I've been thinking about that protection money. Here's your 10 ore.
You've made the right choice, man. I'll protect you from now on.
Okay, save one more time.
Put the weapon!
You're learning fast.
Put it away! Put it
Never do that again.
Okay, so I screwed up something. Not sure what. Let's see if we can do better here.
There must be something about that story.
Stop that!
What a fight.
Never do that again.
Why is it doing that?
Put the weapon.
Put the weapon
Lucky
down!
for you, but I would have enjoyed polish.
Nice
Never
fighting!
do that again.
Don't understand what's going wrong here, actually. I legitimately don't understand what's going on here.
Stop that.
Stop it! Ah! Nice fighting!
Never do that again.
Okay. No, this is after we paid him off. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, so I can only presume that I'm casting magic wrong. It's the only thing that makes any kind of sense. So how do I cast magic? Let's find out here. Yeah, I was gonna say, Ice Block is doing nothing, and I don't know why. I am, of course, playing patched, because it's the only way to get the game actually running at all. But if one of the patch things is to make this guy immune to Ice Block, then I've just spent the last hour on nothing. No, J. Palmer, I am not. I have to kill this man. It's very important. It's not going to be a positive, Eva. Is the nicest thing I could say at the moment. Yeah, it is just action forward. It's exactly what I've been doing. Okay. Okay. Cheats are activated. Because I don't know what's preventing me from doing this, but it shouldn't be, so we're just going to not count this as cheating, because this isn't cheating, because something's wrong with the game, apparently. I just need to be invincible for a second. I am trying to cast Ice Block on this gentleman. Yep. Well, I need his sword. Oh, sorry, here it is. There we go. Ah, God, where'd he go? Yeah, the GOG version wouldn't run at all. So, you know. That was a non-starter. I tried getting fan patches for the GOG version, and that just crashed my entire computer. So I gave up on that. This is the Steam version. It's just patched. Oh, where'd it go?
Totally idiotic.
Critic, I actually lost it completely. Where'd it go? No, I mean, I had to go pull the power cord. Right. I was hard locked.
Rely on. I'm not listening to all that blathering.
I completely lost him. I just looked away for a few seconds. And he's gone.
That's really not my problem.
Okay, you know, fine. No. Hang on, Eva. Hang on.
A fire!
Order! Just finish him off!
Smack!
Just strike!
I don't don't think I'm moving his health much.
Finish him! Finish him!
His health is not moving at all. Wow.
Smack him over!
Okay.
Let's talk about something else instead. I thought that had been cleared up ages ago. As long as I
Alright, so we're just gonna do this over here. No, J. Palmer. And I didn't bother past that point. Well, whatever. Let's drop that. There we go. How do I stop mind controlling him?
Maybe. There must be. No, I better keep out of it. Same old story every time. I better keep out of it. I'm not listening to.
You know, this is literally faster. It's kind of long over here. Okay, so we've successfully killed Jackal without cheating. And we now have his weapon. Okay. I gotta turn this cheat thing off. And we should be good now. Yep, okay. We're good. Okay. No, we did not actually cheat for that. As far as I am concerned. I followed the guide to the letter. And something was bugged somewhere, and we cheated to bypass a bug. That's not cheating. Okay, so now that we have a slightly better weapon. What is this thing? So this is a 54 damage weapon. Probably Mr. Ed, who knows? Oh, plenty of people argued for walkthroughs being cheating. Those people lost that argument.
If you think
Because it's a stupid argument.
some people never learn.
I suppose I should save now that we have successfully gotten the guy's axe.
I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
Okay. So we did that. I mean, people argue all kinds of things are cheating. Because people are dumb.
You have to watch what you tell people.
It was obvious.
Listen, you cheated by using the instructions to build that table. Okay, so now we have basically the best weapon we're getting for the immediacy.
Same old story.
And a decent chunk of change. So we've got some money flow going. Some people think playing without a banana is cheating. Whoa. Banana. Sorry. That's right, you should have made your own paint like a real painter would have. looting as we go here. Alright, this is a safe thing we're doing here. Exactly, Spartan. If you're not ripping off your own ear, with your bare hands, by the way, do it like a man. Oof. They still hit like a truck. As I just demonstrated. Jesus Christ. Nope. Damn. Okay, hang on, hang on. Tip of the nose gameplay only. God damn it! That was actually my fault. The timing on the swing, as I mentioned earlier, is very penalizing if you do it too early or too late. Like that, you get animation locked. Or just don't do anything. That's cool. Yeah, by the way, fun fact. This is something we actually showed off earlier. If you are not targeting an enemy, you cannot do damage to it. Now, I'm going to use made-up examples, but for example, let's presume for a moment that these blueberries are delicious. Even though they're red. So, let's say this is an enemy. Let's say I pull out my weapon and I go, fwah, 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 but I don't have it targeted for any reason. Doesn't matter why. I cannot hit it. I have to make sure I'm targeting it, otherwise I will not do damage to it. It'll just completely go right through it. The bow. We haven't even found a bow yet. I know I can buy bow training if I had skill points, which I don't. Oh, right. Eva wants me to stay awake to answer a question. What was Eva's question? Because if it was about the story, I feel like I've already talked about the story. I guess not. Okay, so hang on. Let me read from my own review document, word for word. The intro cinematic does a lot to establish the tone of the work. We start off with some colossal war against an oncoming horde, and then we cut right down from all of that higher stuff to us. We are some dude, and we're being shoved into a worker's prison. The intro sequence then involves us only surviving thanks to the aid of a kind stranger and being in danger from dying to basic chickens. Yes, we're all the way down at the ground level here, which is something the entirety of Chapter 1 handles quite well. As well as the Chapter 1 quests, which, while not particularly memorable in their own right, all contribute to the overall tone. They all do one other thing, which really emphasizes how bad this prison is, and that is the systemic oppression. Those on top oppress those below them, who oppress those below them, and so on until you reach the bottom, and the people at the bottom are encouraged to fight and bicker amongst each other. Everyone is miserable all the time, forever. And that's the story of the game so far. My personal favorite examples of that If you get to the old camp, all of the guards there are actually pretty cool with you as long as you pay your protection money. If you don't, well, I mean, they're just going to kind of watch and laugh and probably try to rob you after you die or get knocked out. If you go to the new camp where everything's so much better and doesn't have an oppressive overlord, you'll find a dude who is enslaving people and making them work in the rice fields in order to earn the right to drink water. If you go to the druggy hippie camp filled with cultist zealots, you find a bunch of cultist zealots who are druggy hippies. And yeah, by the way, the outside world is totally cool with this entire situation, not only staying, but is actively going out of the way to empower the ore barons, who are called ore barons in universe, by constantly trading to the ore barons in order to get the ore out of them so they can keep funding their war. They also mentioned during the intro cinematic that one of the things they're doing is they're going after anybody for any crime, for any reason, to be able to have an excuse to send them back in here. And if you've seen Andor, you know why that hits a little bit differently. Yeah, or just watch the news. It's okay. Trump swears he's going to go through and look at all of those extremely legal people who are legal residents of the United States and find more people to deport, which is just something he is openly admitting to doing now. It's like saying, I'm going to strangle kittens today, and everyone's just like, okay. You're just going to strangle kittens. I mean, at least he's being honest about it, right? There he is. I can hear him. Oh, he heard. Good night, Eva. Get some good rest. Or else. No, and... I mean, he said he would get rid of all them immigrants and all them illegals because they're horribly, horrible criminal people. I don't know how they're still justifying supporting it at this point, but... They aren't justifying it, or they aren't supporting it. Actually, it was dogs. And there's this wonderful thing that stupid people do, where they like to attack the source of your information rather than whatever it is you're saying itself. So allow me to say very simply that I have actually seen the debate where Trump flat out stated that illegals, because that's what his word was for them, are eating people's dogs. And it's so rare you see someone so blatantly a lunatic, like actually diseased in the brain. You could just tell, because I've actually encountered people like that, because I've been to, I have people in the medical industry. I have family members who are nurses and are pharmacists. I have seen people who are deranged. There's a style, there's a type and approach of how they talk and how they set instruction, how they emphasize. They like to yell things, especially, He is deranged. He is mentally unwell. And you elected him. You want to hear one of my favorite jokes about all this?
You're probably right.
Well, Trump promised that I voted for Kamala Harris that crime would go up and that the government would get more corrupt. And he was right. Thank you, Magister. I'm hyped too, for whatever it's worth. I sure hope so, Jay Palmer. The problem is I actually understand the legal process. Oh, come on, you assholes! They stole my kill again. The legal process by which it is required to get rid of the Electoral College is substantial, and it requires a large number of states to pretty much be on the same side there. And good luck with that.
I'm not listening to all that blathering anymore.
Not my problem.
What are we at? God, we still need 1,000 next. I'm just... Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, there's another option. The United States might crumble as an entity. We've already seen the fall of the USSR. Let's see the fall of the USA. Oh, don't even get me started on gerrymandering. Do not even get me started. Okay. Nope. Nope. Didn't think that was gonna happen. Okay. So lizards are still out of my range. I've got this nice, snazzy new axe, but I still cannot take a hit at all. Okay. Well, we're gonna go to the wall. Yeah, the lack of armor has always been a problem, but at this point, it's pathetic. We are level 4, with decently raised strength, and one of the best weapons we currently have access to. And we're still just getting murdered. So let's see here. That has been good armor. You finish Act 1 and join one of the camps, which requires level 5. I don't know what the digger's pants are or where I would get them, so I'm going to go with no. We haven't done this. I'm looking at quests here, sorry. You got it, Master. Give me 1 second here. Borderlands. Spell. 2. Midnight. And wow, Patrick. Thank you, Magister, as always. Much appreciated. Bisque, huh? Okay, sure. Yeah, can we not have another Cuban Missile Crisis? I know that one worked out, thanks to backroom dealings nobody even knew about at the time, and led to a whole lot of mess, and also came extremely close to some very bad things.
Like to be in his shoes, though.
Yeah, it came really close to not working out in multiple different ways.
That's really not my...
Well, the most obvious backroom dealing was how Kennedy's brother personally reached out to Khrushchev, I believe that was. Right? That was Khrushchev? And made a backroom dealing about what they were going to do in Turkey. And said, you know, you do this, here's how this works. Part of the deal was that if you talk about it, this deal doesn't happen. So, publicly at the time, it looked like Khrushchev just backed off, but actually there was a deal going on, and that kind of led to some other things. I don't even remember when those files were unsealed, but that was relatively recent.
Let's talk about something
Have you got armor for me as well?
Well, I'm sure that I can satisfy you.
That won't happen again.
As long as I'm not involved.
I just need the ore, don't I?
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
Give me the digger's trousers.
Come back as soon as you have it.
Let's talk about something else instead.
Okay.
Show me your goods.
No.
Over and over again.
Okay, so I need money, which means...
But keep it to yourself. People
Let's talk
don't
about
need to
something
know
else
about it.
Totally idiotic.
That won't happen again.
That's really not my problem.
I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
Let's talk about something else instead.
Ripped him out of all his money. Now I need another vendor.
Wouldn't like to...
Oh, isn't this UI fantastic? I do have the screenshot of the map.
You're very probably right.
I'm not listening to all the blathering. The worst shit. Rely on somebody. People always.
I don't know if I took any of Dexter's ore.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
I've sort of mentally lost track at this point, to be quite honest.
That's really. There was a time when things would have gone very.
Well, I did already do Dexter's quest.
You should believe everything you hear.
Okay, there has to be more than one vendor in this stupid camp.
Very probably yourself.
People don't need to know.
Okay.
I doubt that's ever likely to change. You have to watch what you tell me.
Same.
Show me your goods.
I got the best stuff here.
Well, he has a little bit of ore, so I'll have to do. Hmm.
That's how that's. I'm not listening to all the blathering anymore.
I just realized I joined the prison camp and became a weapons vendor. I sell weapons for money. There's something vaguely funny about that. He sells bread, holy crap. Okay. Let's save before I commit to this nonsense. This might not even be worth it.
Show me your goods.
I didn't need to do that.
Have you got armor for me as well?
Well, I'm sure that I...
Yeah, do you want to be a drug dealer or a weapons dealer?
Give me the digger's trousers.
Come back
Well, it's 500, not 400. God damn it. Okay, so according to Nosians, Diego, I tried Graham and nothing happened, so we'll try Diego and we'll try more drag. Hello, cat. How are you? Yeah. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can always walk over to the other camp again.
Keep it to yourself, people.
I have been spinning my wheels for some time now. Okay, Diego is missing. We'll go with Mordrag at the moment. Wait, that's not Mordrag. That's not Mordrag at all. Mordrag's at the other camp, right? Okay. What the hell's Diego? There it is. Uh-huh.
Take care.
Oh, yeah, Aura is more or less directly funneled out of the colony. So.
Let's talk about something else instead.
Just gonna rob Diego blind here. Thank you for all your contributions to the cause, Diego. Appreciate you. Okay. Now do we have enough? Yes. Okay, now we have enough for this stupid armor. Thank you, Nas, for even pointing out that the armor exists.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
That is a good question, Traxie. I imagine it would be Bedlam. A lot of dead people, a lot of running. The guards outside would probably be confused. There might be some stabbing going on. It's not hard to have a better lockpicking system than Oblivion. Aesthetic, though it may be.
People always talk.
Oh, okay.
It was obvious that there would be trouble ahead.
That won't happen again.
Have you got armor for me as well?
Well, I'm sure that I can satisfy you.
You're very probably right.
Give me the digger's trousers.
A good choice.
There was a time when things would have gone very differently.
Okay. We have our first piece of armor. Let's see if this does anything. Skyrim, 100%, J. Palmer. Skyrim's lockpicking system is basically Fallout 3's, which I actually unironically enjoy. It also, frankly, makes more sense as a lockpicking system than Oblivion's.
If you think... That wasn't very clever.
I don't remember ESOs. What? Were you just talking back? Is that what this is? Okay.
That won't happen again.
Yeah, Oblivion is probably my least favorite lockpicking system, like, ever.
I'm not listening to your blathering anymore.
Ratchet 2's lockpicking or Oblivion's. I would still take Ratchet 2's lockpicking over Oblivion's. I meant what I said. Oblivion's is probably the actual worst. Yeah, I'm actually quite curious too. Will these pants do anything? I don't remember what Baldur's Gate 3 does. Or is it just a dice roll? Oh, smash chest. I don't remember Starfield's either. Does Starfield have lockpicking? I mean, it was 500 ore to go there. Alright, let's try this. Oh, we've gone to being 2-shot instead of 1-shot. Oops, wrong save. Oh god, which save is the post? Yeah, we got 1 hit point out of all of that. All of that effort and work gave us 1 hit point because we're playing ghosts and goblins. Okay.
I wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
I have not played Risen or Alex. What I have been told, keeping in mind I haven't played any of them, is that they made Gothic 1 and it was the best game ever made. And then every other game they made was worse. As they have, and this is their words, not mine, been chasing the success of Gothic.
Maybe. Don't listen to all the blathering.
You're very proper.
I have no idea how true that is.
It was obvious. I thought that had been clear.
There was a time when things would have gone very bad.
That wasn't very clear. It wasn't.
I mean, I had a long discussion with my friends last night while we were playing WoW about why I think Gothic really took off the way it did. And obviously there's plenty of reasons, and let's ignore the quality of the game for a second. I know that sounds strange, but just throw any discussion, like throw that variable out the window. Keep in mind the audience at this point in time. Keep in mind that it was made in Germany, which was actually somewhat unusual at the time. And keep in mind its immediate competition. Like, this was when CRPGs were starting to, you know, develop a little bit more. Hadn't quite exploded. That would happen with Oblivion. What competition? I mean, exactly. Fallout 1, Planescape Torment, Daggerfall. There was another one. Baldur's Gate 2 had just come out. Yeah, Ultima 9. Which was not a big thing. Yeah, exactly. No, Baldur's Gate 2 was the only game on that list I would say could really do any kind of pushback against a game like this. It came out at the right time from the right area. And there's a bit of voting for your team going into that. You know what I mean by that. We all follow that to some extent or another. If the exact same game came out from Ubisoft or a small indie studio which happened to include someone you know personally, and it's the exact same game, which one are you more inclined towards?
I'd better keep out of it. That's really not my problem.
Wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
I doubt that's ever likely to change. I'd better keep out of it. There must be something about that story. I'd better keep out of it.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
You should believe everything. You have to. About that story.
Wouldn't like to be in same old story every
Hang on.
time.
That's really not my problem.
Have fun, Mr. Red. At least one of us should have fun today. Really, Sputnik Lock? Wow. No. Okay.
I wouldn't like to be in his shoes. There must be something about that story after all.
is. I'm looking for a well. I've seen the well, but I don't remember where it is.
That's ever like
Well, that's up to you, Act.
Why does that happen over and over again?
That won't happen again.
What, cat? What? What do you want? I've already fed you.
I'd better keep
Okay,
out.
well, I have found a well. Okay.
After all.
That won't happen again.
He has a chair. It's not even a chair. It's one of my totes, which has my computer stuff in it.
That's really not my problem.
That wasn't very clever.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear. People always talk.
Nope.
Some people never learn.
Okay. So I'm not sure where I am here.
Why does that happen?
Yeah, I already did that, Fibros.
Let's talk about something else instead.
That won't happen again.
Congrats, Lord Herma. Which one did you end up playing as?
I thought that had been
I'm not
cleared
listening
ages
to your
ago.
blathering anymore.
I'd better keep out
You
of it.
think?
Dang it. Sorry, one second. Yeah, but I don't know where I am relative to the instructions I'm getting.
There must be something about that story after all.
As long as I'm not involved.
Some people never learn.
That's really not my problem.
Rely on somebody and you're in
Good.
trouble.
I give up.
That's how it goes.
I don't know where we are, so let's just move on.
I'm not listening to all that.
Back to the marketplace. Yes, Settlers was German, too. And that goes back to 93. Settlers didn't make as big of a splash, but, you know, worthy of note. Why are you clawing at my leg?
I'd better keep out of it.
Yeah, Enno. Or Ennio, or however you're supposed to pronounce that.
Hang on, better not go.
That was 99, I want to say, for Ennio, for the first one.
You're very probably right. Let's talk about something else instead.
You're very probably right.
98, excuse me. That was close. Okay, so one of these huts is Fisk's.
It was obvious that it would be
Hey, you!
very clever. Out of my hut, or I'll call the guards.
Oh, that's a digger. Okay.
It's not really my problem.
Well, the Germans can apparently make bad games as well, right?
As long as I'm not involved.
I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
Okay. Oh, locked door. Congrats, Zacta. I don't remember playing as Catwoman in that game. No chests in there.
I wouldn't like to be.
Oh, there's a chest.
Maybe
Only one.
let's talk about.
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble.
Hey, you!
Yeah,
Out of my hut, or I'll call the.
oh, you'll what? Sorry. I'm looking for Fisk's hut because he has a bow I can steal. And we could finally have a bow. I guess it probably won't make much difference, but it'll be nice to finally have a bow.
Totally idiotic.
Rely on somebody.
We will also get an essence of dexterity. Yes, true. Gollum was made by a German studio. I'm looking for a hut, which is Fisk's, which happens to have 2 chests in it. Or at least 2 chests. So for all these huts, only have 1 chest in them. Although the locked doors. Okay. No, I don't know how to get in there. I do like looking cool.
You shouldn't believe everything.
I think they didn't like me doing that. For some strange reason. Okay, that looks like Fisk's place, because he is actively attacking me.
Don't try that again.
Okay.
There must be something about that.
Alright, haven't I suffered enough this year for you, Darkrai? Am I not suffering as of this very moment? There we go. Okay, there's a bunch of chests in here. Oh, jeez. Hang on. So... this one should be... Nope. Okay.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
Rely on somebody, you're in trouble. That's how it goes.
Hang on. So I think that's this one. Yep. Hey, the door's closed. So this is... I'll take all this. Yum, 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 yum. I prefer it you not do that, Crazy Norse, because I actually have no way of tracking it, so I'm basically just trusting you to not lie to me. But there's no real problem with it. I don't like going on. I'm totally good for it, I swears.
Let's talk about.
People always talk.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
That's how it goes.
There must be something
Okay.
about that story after all. You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
You're in trouble. That's how it goes.
I thought that had cleared up ages ago.
Oh, there's a lot of alcohol in this one.
Same old story every time.
Let's talk about something else instead.
Well, there was a. I'm not listening to all the blathering anymore.
You shouldn't believe
He thought that had been cleared up ages ago. I wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
I'm not
But
listening
keep it to
all the
yourself.
blabbering
People don't need to know about it.
What's a game you've played with the lowest amount of voice acting while still having at least one voice line? Devil Knights 1 comes to mind immediately. That game, like, doesn't really have voice acting. It has voice acting occasionally, and usually only one line of an entire paragraph. It's very frustrating, and we'll get a negative when we get there. Nope, I wasn't stealing your entire storage shed. What are you talking about? Okay, nobody seems to have seen me. We're good, we're good. Unfortunately, I don't think we got anything really worthwhile out of all that. I mean, a bunch of healing items, you know, a bunch of stuff we could sell. A bunch of food, which is also healing items. A bunch of other stuff we could sell. Is Neverwinter Nights a good MMO? No. Is Neverwinter a good MMO? It was, and then it was made not to be. Alright, let's give up on this. How did it become a bad MMO? Well, there's this company called Crypto. And it is microtransactions is the short answer, but also ripping content out of the game, changing how certain mechanics work without thinking about how this is going to affect other mechanics further down the line. invalidating certain quest paths to the point where the game actually comes across as very buggy and broken, especially if you don't know what you're already doing. Adding mechanics that are then made mandatory to encourage you to pay the microtransactions in order to be able to access the actually good versions of those mechanics, otherwise forcing you to grind your face off in order to be able to afford acceptable versions of those mechanics in order to be able to barely be able to actually progress through the content. Otherwise, it's barely so strange there. Also, and most damningly of all, getting rid of the player-generated content. I know that last point seems strange to point out, but honestly, that was the death knell of both MMOs, if you look back at it. Both Neverwinter and Star Trek Online had, what was it called? I can't remember what it was called. It was an in-game mission editor. And players had come up with all kinds of cool stuff. And when I say cool stuff, I mean, like, obviously there was a whole lot of dreck, but there was some good stuff, interesting stuff, unique stuff. Good stuff, really, really good stuff, really good stuff. Stuff that's better than the actual game itself. You get it. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. No! No, my sword! Draw my sword! Ah! Okay, we've successfully drawn our weapon. I suppose that's true. Super Metroid has, like, one line of dialogue in it. Yeah, the armor is apparently doing its job. Yeah, we are now immune to birds, if nothing else. Alright, so I don't know how violent this is about to get.
Show me your goods.
Well, there's a bow. There's actually several bows. Sure. And since we probably need some arrows. Whoops. Over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I accept this trade. Give me all of your money and your bow. Bow get. Do I have enough dexterity? No, I haven't raised my dexterity at all. Let's not equip these while we're here, because that's just throwing me right now. Why not, Ship Palmer? Okay, so equip. Yep, I need 2 more dexterity to equip that. You know how some people really like obtuse games? I don't remember the name of the game, but there's this game out there where you can... It's very obtuse, it's very sim. And you have to go through this whole process to get a bow and arrows. And if you don't equip the bow and the arrows right, and then knock them correctly, and then actually select the ranged attack thing, what you'll do, and I want you to just picture this, is you, alright, you get this, get the arrows, get the bow, lock onto the target, and then attack, and you'll throw your bow at the enemy. Some people like those kind of games. Like there's a whole niche for that. Those type of, I don't know what else to call them, obtuse games. Yeah, those kind of games are for those kind of people, and I'm actually fully in favor of them. I'll never play them myself because I'd rather die, but I'm always in favor of niche games. Okay, well. Desert Bus. Desert Bus is not a niche game. Desert Bus is a waste of time. I can review Desert Bus in literally about 20 seconds, because within about 20 seconds I have seen all of the content of that game. Smallest niche? Well, according to big publishers, it's whatever game they don't want to sell right now, which has been RTSs for quite a while. For a while there, it was single-player games. Nobody wants to buy single-player games. Don't be ridiculous. Who are you?
What are you doing here?
I'm a hunter. I make a living out of selling skins and teeth.
Does it pay?
If you know how to cut up the beast the right way, yeah.
Okay, well, it's good to know. Bye. I'm guessing this is an alternate way to, you know, learn how to skin. Yeah, I probably would just say no to a Desert Bus review because it's kind of a waste of everyone's time. That's a good question, actually. Why is the adjourn mode? Can teach me how to gut animals, is what it says. But he didn't have any other options, and we already know how to gut animals, so... Well, you see, Xavion, I have no idea. Legitimately. I don't know why certain genres have fallen out of favor. When was the last really good flight sim you saw? While we're on genres that are, like, completely dead. I mean, Mega Man 11, frankly, is a pretty good example of this. For those of you not aware, they were very, very, very resistant to doing a Mega Man game. And only actually greenlit 11 because of several conjoining circumstances, including an anniversary. Mega Man 11 is the best-selling Mega Man game. I mean, if it's part of the Legacy Collection... Are we already reviewing the Legacy Collection? I don't remember. I know some kind of Mortal Kombats are on the list. I do believe it is the Mega Man that scored the best. Its only real challenge, competition, excuse me, there was Mega Man 5. Which is, once again, one of those 5 and 11 rules, which is always weird whenever I see that. Well, I wasn't counting the X games. But yes, X1 is the other very high-scoring one. I think X1 scored better? I don't remember. I'd have to look. Those numbers are actually invalid right now. I was actually thinking about spending some time during the dark fixing that, but honestly I was too depressed to play Mega Man, so I didn't. Hey, Venters. Well, on the plus side, since we can kill so much faster with all of the crap we've done, we are almost level 5. We can almost get on with the goddamn game. It's only taken us about 2 hours walkthroughs, some of which have been wrong. Aid from the chat. And turning into basically an unkillable god machine. At least for the low-level traps. But we are here. Just need to depopulate the island a bit. We could try the buzzers. What do you think? Should we try a bug? Right there. Oh, we'll save first, obviously. I'm just looting first. So I don't have to loot again. You know, I hate looting. I should add a seconds and minutes negative while we're on the subject. Not more than one. Just one. Really, Fibros. I guess that's why. Lead J Pulver? It's one of our most common negatives. That makes that explains why people are saying that Act 1 is the longest act. So the example of seconds and minutes is looting. And in this case, I think it qualifies. Not just for looting, though. Like, basically every interaction takes another second or two on top of what it probably should take. Hang on, let me loot. Hang on. Okay. Okay, hang on, there's one more thing. So, let's see how this goes. Okay, that's a good sign. We can one-shot them. I don't want to see how much damage they can do. Red Dead Redemption 2 has really bad seconds and minutes. I like that game, but oh my god, it does not respect your time. Especially while you're looting. Ding. Alright, if we're careful, we can kill flies. Good to know. Okay. Let's fulfill Django's wish and go talk to Gomez. Actually, let's save here. Because I kind of don't want to join the old camp, because the old camp sucks. So, we're going to finally overwrite the join old camp save, and then we're going to go join the old camp. Actually, let's heal really quick while we're here. I mean, game developers have been chasing realism in video game design since the Atari. I know that sounds hysterical, but if you go back, you'll see the marketing for games in the 70s, where it talks about how the graphics are so real, and it's got realistic simulation mechanics, or realistic physicsy, or whatever. It's been a buzzword pretty much as long as video games have existed. I don't remember the exact moment at which I realized that most modern, realistic-looking games all looked the same. But I remember looking at one particular game. I can't remember the name of it appropriately, and just being like, that looks like just every other game that looks like that. And it was like this eye-opening moment of, oh wow, we've reached that point, haven't we? Where going for realism has basically capped. And now they all just kind of look the same. There's still design you could do with something that looks realistic. I will actually point to Red Dead Redemption 2 as an example of a game that has very, very, very realistic graphics, but also still has some freaking design to it. Some actual style and approach and architecture and color distinction and blah, 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 blah. But you know what I mean. You've probably seen a dozen games that basically look like each other, just as you're staring at them. Hell, we saw, what, like 5 this week during Gamescom? So what I'm trying to say is, for all the ire I might spit at this game, one of the things I will not ding it for is looking like every other game. Yeah, I do think that the plague that is Unreal 5 is at least partially responsible for that. Okay, so let's join Gomez.
What about my esteem within the camp?
I've talked to a few people.
And?
Scatty has told me, I think you've really Thoris says we could make you. You've found enough people to speak in your favor. You also passed the test of faith. Go to Thoris. I've already told him everything. He'll let you go to see Gomez.
I'm not listening to all the blathering anymore.
I'm not listening to your blather.
What do I have to do when I meet Gomez?
Gomez's decisions are made from gut instinct. He'll look at your mug, and then he'll make up his mind if you can join. From now on, you'll have to get by on your own. Make the best of it. Good luck.
Rely on somebody in your trouble.
Take care. Diego says I'm ready to see Gomez.
That's my decision.
And what do you decide?
I must admit, you seem to have done most things okay. Okay, you can see Gomez. He alone will decide whether you get to join us or not. From now on, you're on your own, kid.
2 people have just told me that in short order.
Stop!
Relax. I've talked to Thoris. I'm allowed in.
Oh, I won't forget your face, pal. You get into trouble and it won't end quickly.
We're doing it. We're finally going into the castle for the first time. A lot of guards around here. I'm told that this is like the place to
I'll
rob.
let you in.
Thoris.
And what do you think you're doing?
I'm on my way to see Gomez. I'm going to join up with you.
You? What have you ever done for us?
The Shadows were very happy with me.
None of us in here wants to hear anything about shadows. We have the say in here. Things would have gone very differently.
Okay. Well, that's pointless, but sure.
Hold it, what are you doing?
I want to go in.
Are you kidding?
Why don't you ask Thoris?
I will. If you're lying, you're as good as dead.
Are you saying I can go in?
Yeah, get moving.
I love this dialogue.
What can I do for you?
I can't hear you. I want to see Gomez.
I want to see Gomez. Thoris says I'm to be taken on as a shadow.
We're always on the lookout for good men. You seem to have your wits about you. You might be okay. I'll take you to Gomez. Follow me. And don't touch anything.
Okay.
Gomez is over there. If you don't show him some respect, I'll take pleasure in teaching it to you personally. Have you got that?
Get out of my way! People always talk.
Oh, hey, there's a female. In fact, there are 2 females. Oh my god. She won't talk to me. What? Oh.
You're not allowed to talk to us.
Oh my god.
You're not allowed to talk to us.
You have to watch what you tell people.
Something about that story afterward.
Wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
Right.
Same old story every time.
Also, this one is just fanning Gomez.
I have come to offer my services.
What makes you think we're in?
Oh my god, look at the painting. Look at the painting.
That won't happen again.
There's only blockheads around here, on the lookout for newcomers to pass their jobs on to instead of doing them themselves.
That may be true, with few exceptions. Still, it's no reason to hire another blockhead.
I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
To yourself, people don't need to know it.
I've been traveling around the colony a lot, and I have contacts in all of the camps.
Now that could prove useful. Who are you in contact with?
I wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
Laris.
And?
Iberian.
Iberian doesn't waste his time on guys like you. Your lies tell me you think I'm an idiot. I'm disappointed to see you think I'm stupid. I hate being disappointed.
What a fight.
I'd better keep out of it.
I'd better keep out. Be in his shoes, though.
That won't happen again.
Wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
It was obvious that there would be trouble.
Okay, so anyways, moving on. So let's join the new camp. That's why they call it the law. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let's put this save here. Yeah. Meanwhile, another timeline. Okay, here we go. We're gonna call this save Gomez in case Django shows up, just for him. Are there any good factions? No. All right, so yeah, let's join anybody else.
That won't happen again.
I'd better keep out of it.
I mean, I guess it's a matter of opinion, but I kind of agree with Colgrim's idea. You can join the druggy cultists, you can join the idiots, or you can join the Nazis.
There was a time. I thought that had been cleared up ages ago. You shouldn't believe everything you hear. There was a time when things would...
I have never played this game before, Act.
I told you to take some water to the peasants. I don't like people who make promises and then don't keep them.
What? 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 What?
Nice fight. Never do that again.
Yeah, I might be able to take him, which is good because it's that or I join the cultists. So earlier I did a quest to feed to give water to the peasants. Then Lefty said, "All right, do it again," and I said, "No," and left and did it, and that was a while ago. And now apparently he's mad at me for not giving water to the peasants. So now bad things are going to happen, or the other.
That won't happen.
Hey, you!
Easy.
Put the weapon away.
All right.
Put it away. I'm serious.
Whoa, whoa! Okay. Hang on. Okay, let's wait till he's not standing right next to a thug. Nope, they're talking. Okay. Okay, I have an idea. Let's drag him away a little bit. Go around the corner so he can't arrow me. I couldn't even draw my weapon. Okay. Oof, alright. I have to walk in armed.
No sweat. You've won.
Put the weapon away.
Oh, that seemed to override his talk to dial. Oh no. Okay. What's he doing?
From now on, you can carry the water yourself.
Oh, have you got better plans? I think I'll have to remind you who's the boss.
The fight's been decided.
Well, I got him. If the asshole hadn't gotten involved, I would have actually had that. Whatever. We've successfully gotten by him. Let's move on. Maybe come back when we have better armor. You can skip chapter 1 by bypassing a checkpoint. Wow.
You shouldn't believe. Well, hang on. Better not go rushing into anything.
I've given the list to Diego.
Good. I positioned some men on the path to the old mine. Thoris's guards are lying dead in the forest even as we speak.
Is that enough for me to join you?
I should say so. And I've even got a present for you. A better armor. It's not much, but you've earned it.
Hold on, seriously, I could have just talked to this guy and gotten armor this entire time. Okay. So now what?
And what am I supposed to do now?
You're now a member of our gang. You're free to do what you want. If you want to make yourself useful, go to Mordrag and help him with a sect business.
So let's see, where's our armor? It is better than the Digger's Trousers. So I spent 500 money on basically nothing. Would I be attack on sight if I go back to the old camp? Pumpernickel. I will for real. No. So, I don't care. I was gonna go back and get my money back from Fisk, but where the hell's Mordrag? Hang on, where's that map? Let me see its linked to me. Mordrag is 6, which is in the bar. Okay. To the bar.
You're probably right. I'm not listening to all the blathering anymore.
Hello?
I'm not listening to all
Blair has told me to help you with this sect business.
You see, I knew I wouldn't have to take care of it myself.
Do you want me to settle the affair all by myself?
I'm sure you'll make it. Listen, it's important to find out the truth about this invocation story. I know that those sect loonies are planning a big invocation. Me, I don't believe in the sleeper. But one thing's for sure. The gurus have powerful magic at their command. Therefore, it's better to know what's going on. You with me so far?
I'll see what I can do.
As soon as you know about their plans, come back and report.
That won't happen again.
Where's this cipher? Oh, there's cipher. Alright, let's save for no reason. Alright, Cypher, you and me.
What
He's had enough!
Ah, a fight!
His shoes, though.
A fight!
I'll just rob him blind. Okay, there we go. Bye. Is there no consequence for doing that?
You have to watch what you tell.
Seriously, is there no consequence for that? Oh, I heard something. Someone was like, hey. I mean, yeah, it's an anarchist colony, and that's what that means, but... I'm starting to get some potions going, which is nice. I'm gonna keep using healing herbs for now, though. I didn't actually kill him. Yes, Herb Man Zero. This is actually a prequel to Kingdom Come Deliverance. Ah, whatever. I'm good at money right now. I don't want to beat up someone else. I feel bad about beating a guy up. He's so helpless. Then again, I could take all of their stuff. Yes, yes. Very well, you've talked me into it. Hello, Sharky.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Do you want to buy something?
Sure.
I need a few things.
Let's see. Do you sell anything worth a damn? Not really. I could rob you. Hang on. Which faction would I join if I was stuck in real life? Other than the obvious suicide option. Because that is the choice here. I'd go find one of those raptors and be like, alright, right here, right here.
That wasn't very clever.
But yes, Zach Taft, I remember the most memorable scene in like, TNG history. Do I really need his money? I mean... Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah. That Gold Tech is right. I'll just run into the barrier. That would actually be really funny. They shoved me in and they're like, alright, he's going off to share that message. Wait, what's he doing? He's running into the barrier. What? Yeah, let's sell some of the skinning stuff here.
Let's talk about something else.
This button. There we go. I just forgot buttons all of a sudden.
That won't happen again.
And there's all the money that he has. So I'll take all your money. Thank you. Why would he do such a thing? We threw him into the prison camp. Why would he immediately commit suicide? I don't know. We should get someone else and throw them in here. Are they guilty of something? Who cares? Fling. Damn, they killed themselves too. Huh. I don't understand. It makes no sense. All right. Shoot, hang on. I lost where we're going. So, Swamp Camp. And I guess that's actually it. Yeah, no kidding, Loner. What horrible, horrific crime did we commit to be thrown in here? I'm guessing we walked by a cat and did not pet it. Is there fast travel in this game, by the way, of any sort or variety, or is this like it? See, there's a cat sitting right next to me right now. I could reach over. I don't even have to move. I could just reach my hand down and pet this cat right now. But you'll notice I'm not doing that. I refuse to pet this cat. And suddenly jail. It's okay, no, since we just have to walk across basically the entire world map. who's going to disagree with a guard? It's their word against yours. You know what? It might literally be faster. Hang on, hang on. No, I didn't act. That is actually quite funny. Yeah, let's erase this. Let's reload this.
Yeah, you're very probably right. Let's talk about something else instead.
I admit I'm a little mystified at the buzz around Silk Song. It has such momentum, and I don't understand why that game of all games is the one that's getting all of that attention.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Do you want to buy something?
I need a few things.
Yeah, exactly. Why? I mean, it could be the meme. That's entirely valid. And that's just the answer, is it's the meme. It is a side-scroller Souls-like. Well, Hollow Knight is a side-scroller Souls-like. So I'm assuming Silksong also is.
Something else instead.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
I doubt that's ever likely to...
So it's just, I don't know. Of all of the amazing games out there, that's the one that gets all the attention.
You have to watch what you tell people.
Another few decades at least, Trax, yeah. It did have unique flavor, I will actually give you that. It is a Souls. I don't understand why anyone ever considers that an insult. It is a statement of fact. It is a Souls-like game, top to bottom, 100%. The nature of the death mechanic, the nature of how you warp between points, the nature of respawning enemies by using one of the bonfires, in this case the benches, the nature of how it does combat design, the nature of how it approaches its boss design. It is a Souls-like game, 100%. It's not even debatable. I'm so confused, because you're not the first person who considers that an insult, and I'm like, why? Do you sell stuff?
I need more magic power.
I can help you to increase your power. Use it wisely.
Oh, that's interesting, but actually not what I wanted. I want to buy from you. Can I buy from you?
Keep it to yourself.
There it is.
I
God,
want to
I
acquire
cannot read
magic
that.
writings.
Okay, do you sell a potion of haste? Yeah, let me get past all the... Who gave you all these crude swords? Ugh.
Hang on, better not go rushing into anything.
Let's talk about...
Nope, he does not sell haste.
I wouldn't like to be in his...
Oh, okay.
It was obvious that there would be trouble ahead.
Step
Hang on,
aside.
better not go rushing. I doubt that's ever likely to change.
Oh, that sucks. Moving on. That was worth a shot. Yeah, I have said for years that nobody actually wants me to review Dark Souls. Dark Souls 1, very specifically. And the more I learn, the more I agree with myself on that point. Nobody actually wants me to review Dark Souls. Nobody wants a sincere, edited, analyzed, thought-out review of Dark Souls. They want me to glaze it. And that's not what I do. That's actually true. Crazy Norse is right. Some people want me to just bash it, which is also not what I'm interested in doing. I'm not bashing this game. I hate this game. Oh no, this is not bashing Fabriz. I have actually bashed games before. It's pretty rare. Wait until we play Third Birthday. You'll see me bashing a game. Oh god. Yeah, Metroid Other M was a game I bashed. Starfield was a game I bashed. Secret of the Stars was a game I bashed. Yeah, we actually have a term for it. I call it bringing out the baseball bat. I reserve that for the truly direct games, the games that are just irredeemable. We even have a separate term for it on the website. We call it the garbage tag. Yeah, recently, if you're curious, Paper Mario Sticker Star was a game that I pulled out the baseball bat on, and by God, that game sucks. It's true, Kiddick Scout. And it deserved it. I don't know, Loke. I saw a bit of venom there. Yeah, this game's fine. Like, it has issues like what's happening right now, which I will be honest, I need to give a negative for this because this is just the best possible example of what bad backtracking is in a video game. Walk back to the... Like, literally, this is MSQ at this point. Go back to the frickin' camp that's on the other side of the zone. And since nothing respawns and nothing changes, this is what most players think of when they think of backtracking. We've talked about this before. You don't have to like it, Act. I've said this before and I'll say this again. Backtracking is not inherently bad. There's actually quite a few ways to make backtracking interesting or good or fun. You can change the vector of what you're doing while you're backtracking. You can change the terrain itself. You can give the player a new kit and have designed the terrain and or enemies so that that new kit changes how you traverse it. You can add story stuff to backtracking. You can make it so that there is a story benefit to backtracking, so you could take in and appreciate more of the visuals in the background, or maybe people are talking about different things because the world has moved forward a bit in the story, and so now they're talking about more things, so you get little more tidbits of information. There are a lot of things you can do to make backtracking good. And then there is this. This is what most players think of when they hear the word backtracking, where it is just go back through an area you've already gone with nothing different and nothing new. Ironically, a waypoint system between the three camps would probably fix this just like this, right? Like, think about it. It would be pretty easy to implement. There's an NPC outside the front gate for 10, maybe 5, or they're like, hey, you want to go to the swamp camp? And it's just a loading screen, right? Hey, you want to go towards the new camp? And boom, problem solved. Did anybody else see that? Because I know people tend to not actually watch the stream. Someone clip that. I was actually prepared to die from that, because that looked a whole lot like falling damage. So, okay, I can even explain what happened. So, do you see that line? It's to my left. Here, hang on a second. Where's my torches? I'll make this easier to see. Okay, do you see that line there? That line is a geometry math error. Okay, this is actually semi-common in early 3D games. The idea here is you have this part of the geometry and this part of the geometry, but they don't actually connect. In fact, this is one of the reasons why most geometry, even in modern games, actually overlaps each other, because it's the easiest way to make sure that that doesn't happen. So there's this pixel or 2 or 3, I don't know the exact width, where there's actually just a gap, right? Now, I've interacted with this before, and do you see that right there? Do you see how I'm, like, interacting with it weird? It doesn't quite know how to deal with that gap. So I happened to jump at it at just the right angle to do that. Can't believe I recreated that first try. Because what's effectively happening is I'm jumping up into a ledge, but the ledge doesn't have properly defined features. I don't remember the term. And yeah, it's very likely that the game is like, I don't know what to do about this, and so, clunk. That's also probably why I don't take damage from the fall there, is because that's probably a camera reset or whatever. The fact that I can do that so reliably is hysterical. Yeah, there's a term for that. Bethesda games. Thank you, Jay Palmer. Bethesda games have exactly this, the thing where if it doesn't know where you are, it resets you to default. And yeah, according to... I'm not going to say that entire name. According to 420 Blaze it most likely is resetting you to 0, which is above where we were. And then it's like, well, hang on. Because then the physics engine kicks back in. How do I... Nah, whatever, it doesn't matter. Did I just drop my torch? Oh my god. I haven't fiddled with the new clip system yet, but... I have noticed that some of the recent clips have been, like, really wrong, and I've had to edit them in order to make them actually accessible. And dumpable onto YouTube. So I'm assuming that's related. Oop. Hang on. I've got this. Oh, wow. I really do. Okay. I mean, Twitch has been getting worse for the exact same reason every software across the history of the ever is getting worse. It's because a few developers want to make sure they keep their jobs, so they keep changing things, so it looks like they're actually doing work. Hey, Twitch, you suck. Please stop sucking slightly less. Just slightly. Our bar is pretty low. And you are still failing to cross it. So, Dakota wants me to go die up here. This is, I am a slave to the whims of Dakota here. So let's see what happens. Nope, it's not this way. Yeah, the bar is so low, they're tripping over it. Oh, tree. How do you keep running into the trees, Laura? They're right there in front of you. Yeah, I keep forgetting the trees have collision. Because they sure don't look like they do. This looks very safe. This is okay. Well, moving on, I guess. The winch is jammed. That would be nice, Loke. What's really funny, if I can be cynical for a second, speaking as someone who used to work in IT for over a decade, one of the things that I can't believe more software developers don't do is make a change that they know sucks, read the feedback coming in, and then roll the change back. That is to say, do another update that reverts the change. Because that's just, you're just creating your own problems, which you are then solving, and you're creating an infinite loop of, look, I'm busy, boss, please leave me alone. You can also, when you're dragged into those mandatory meetings that suits really like, yeah, it's exactly, it's the new Coke Gambit. When you're dragged into those meetings that suits love to call, you could say, I have responded to the feedback of over 10,000 users over the last, 3-month cycle. And almost all of those users have been positively impacted by me, responding to their feedback and giving the changes that they wanted. But no, instead they just make things worse and worse and worse. Idiots. If you want to make more work for yourself, at least make work that actually, repeats. Because there's kind of a well of bad. And at some point you're just going to get fired. Actually, I have not seen that Arspruce, but that sounds hilarious. Hi, Twister. Good lord, I don't want to go to YouTube's Reddit. I don't want to go to any major Reddit. I made a horrible, horrible mistake once, and I went to questionable contents Reddit. And that was filled with so much vitriolic, acidic, toxic garbage that it depressed me. And I had to just be like, okay, I'm hands-offing this, I'm never turning back.
I'm glad you're here. I have news for you.
Good news, I hope.
Our Brotherhood's planning a really big thing.
What are you planning? To break out?
The Gurus are trying to contact the Sleeper, but they need something to unite their powers.
Oh, and?
They need a magical object. A focus.
Okay.
What's that got to do with me?
Talk to Iberian. He's the most powerful man around here. This is the opportunity to attain his favor.
Where do I find him?
Go to the temple. He rarely leaves it. Probably he feels closer to the Sleeper in those cold ruins.
Show me the way. To the temple.
Follow me.
Chapter 2. Holy shkamoli. Ladies and gentlemen, we have left chapter 1. I'm in shock. I should go back to chapter 1. Yes, it'll be safer in chapter 1. Yes, this is where the game gets better, right? It doesn't do what every game ever does. That's not exactly. It doesn't do what 99% of games do and just slowly get worse over time.
It was obvious that there would be trouble ahead. That's the temple. I'll wait for you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was gonna say, bunch of stuff just repopulated out in the world. And vendors just changed. Yeah, that's a big old script trigger from what I understand. Yeah, that's true, Blake Jamal. That's valid. Chapter 2 tends to be the good chapter. And then it's like... Oh, I'm sorry, Cat. I didn't mean to wake you. Go back to sleep. Thank you, Lucas Slaughter, for the donation. Always appreciate. Let me go look up what you want to put that towards. Let's see. Disgaea 1, Trails, Skyblock, and Trails into Reverie. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, just add, I mean, that's easier to program. Just add new enemies. Okay. Already? No. I sure hope not, Crazy Horse. Alright, where's this Yubarian dude?
There must be something about
My dude, where are you at?
Stop! You can only enter the Temple Hill if you have a guru's permission.
The novice Lester sent me. I shall offer my services to Iberian.
Lester is trustworthy, I know him. You may pass.
Thanks. Yes. Of course you put me on the spot, Act. I don't have a pre-baked answer for that. Let's see. What's a game that isn't out yet that looks really... Well, actually, no, it's not about Silksong. It's about like a pre-existing game. Because the game people are actually obsessing over is Hollow Knight. So what's a game that's out that's probably going to get a sequel that's really good that people don't give a crap about? I mean, I'm not sure this place has like a concept of security in Oceans. Ton of War 4. I'm really curious what they're doing with that. Someone I know was looking into it and says it's going the Total War route, and that's an interesting direction to go.
Greetings, Master Iberian.
Ah, I know your face.
Impossible. We've never met before.
But I thought, well, what do you want?
I heard you were looking for something.
That's right. We need a magical focus. We sent the novice Nyras to collect the focus, but he hasn't come back yet. You could check up for me what has happened.
Why is the focus so important?
It is a magical object which can concentrate our spiritual powers. It is one of the 5 focus stones used by the mages to erect the barrier. In a vision I saw that we need to use the power of the focus.
Sounds like quite an interesting vision.
My vision was a sign from the sleeper. We can reach him with the focus.
You can just stop doing drugs, sir.
Where shall I begin to search?
Leave the camp, turn right, and go up to the tall cliff. Go beyond the forest until you can see the sea. There, you'll find the focus.
So we're officially being told to go through the forest. It's chapter 2. We should get better.
I'll bring the focus back.
Take this map. The location of the focus is recorded on it.
Several people have said that, Kennex Scout, but don't worry, it's just some dude reading lines into a mic. Like we can't actually get some really good armor until chapter 3, if I'm reading this correctly. Yeah. I mean, I've heard good things about the recent Ratchet games, and I've been told the games are getting better. That sounds really damning the way I phrased that. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say again, I really had a lot of fun with the PS4 reboot game. I know, story, blah, 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 but, like, the gameplay was solid. I had a lot of fun playing that game. Ooh, this is water. Ah! Hmm. Honestly, I think I'm with Mook. I think we just should stop overhyping games. There's nothing wrong with being hyped for a game, really. There's nothing wrong with being excited for something coming out, but, like, it gets tiresome hearing people constantly gush about X, Y, or Z. You know? When it's not out yet. Sorry, it's the lead-up thing. It's the, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I don't want to bring down anyone's hype train. I don't want to rain on anyone's parade. It's just, that's where I'm at with that. I can be excited for a game. There's actually several games I'm excited for right now. I mean, obviously there's the WoW stuff and there's the F14 stuff. We'll just get those out of the way. But all I have to do is pull up my spreadsheet and look at games that aren't out yet and say, yeah, everything on that list. Which I know you want me to do now. Of course, I don't remember. Every time someone asks me what games that are coming out are you excited for, I just pull a blank. Because I don't keep those in active memory. Truthfully, no, I don't, Dakota. Or what they could also do is pull the Factorio route. As we'll talk about when we review Factorio, Prime 4, that's a good one. As we'll talk about when we review Factorio, one of the smartest things that Factorio does is it forces you to gather resources by hand at the start. Wood, coal, iron, and stone, and copper occasionally. You get out of that phase in minutes. Even if you don't know what you're doing, it becomes very quickly apparent what the game wants you to do and how to escape that particular phase of the game. It's there for perspective. And there's a couple other things you do, but that's the point. And that, I think, would have been a better route. You're tossed into this prison thing. You're nobody. There's this chicken at the beginning. It can kill you if you're not sure what you're doing. Oh, crap. Okay, so you get to camp. Diego sets you up. He gives you a couple quests, and he says, here. Gives you some basic armor and a weapon that's worth a damn, and basically boosts you to this relative output level. There's nothing wrong with making the player feel pathetic and worthless. After all, it helps them to feel like they've earned it when they don't. But I think the biggest problem with the worthless phase of this game is it lasts too long. Early game helped, but very simply. Because even now, enemies can still hurt, and there's plenty of enemies I have to be careful around. If being weak and pathetic is the point, then you're playing Silent Hill 2, and that's a different situation. Oh, yeah, what Colgrim said is true. We are on, to put it into very, very simple terms, we are level 2 right now. We are above the lowest mobs in the game. We can handle the mobs that were above them, and we are still getting murdered by the mobs above them. All three of which we've already encountered, it's worth noting. And that's, I think that's Dakota's point. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. Because in terms of actual overall power output, we have been at level 1 for like 12 hours, which is crazy. Yeah, scavengers fell below the line the moment we have armor because of the way how the game calculates armor. I should talk about that. Most games actually approach armor very, very differently, and it appears this one does the linear work, which is you you have armor, and then the damage just is reduced by the amount of armor you have linearly. There's a lot of advantages and disadvantages to different armor systems, but in that case, the main benefit is actually very simple. It means that at a certain point, you can't be hit, reasonably speaking. It also means the inverse is true. If you don't have a good enough weapon, you cannot bypass someone's armor. That's actually one of the biggest detriments of that whole system. But it's easy to understand, but it's very easy to lock a player in or out of combat just because they have or don't have the right or wrong type of armor. That's why a lot of games don't do that system, and instead try to do a system where there's a multiplier that goes on in the background that reduces the damage coming in by a percentage or whatever. Hello?
Scram! You have no business to be here.
Uh-huh.
I'm searching for the focus.
Unfortunately, you're too late for that. I've already found it. And I'm keeping it for myself. The sleeper talked to me last night and made me his only tool. Now I'll only serve the sleeper. No more Templars or gurus. Only me alone. Die!
Okay. Whoa! Okay, first of all, that was hilarious. Second of all, that's a good example of what I was talking about. Despite the fact that we're so much stronger, relatively speaking, that guy nearly killed me. That surfer dude nearly murdered me. We all knew surfer dudes were actually working for the Eldritch One all along. Is he chasing me? He's not dead. I didn't kill him. Okay, hang on. We've taken a moment. Let's heal. That fight was totally gnarly, dude. Oh my god. You, like, kicked the sleeper out of my brain space. Is he running from me? He looks like he's running from me. I guess that answers that. Oh, it's the best RPG ever made, Solo Healer. Yeah, why you running, boy? Stop right there, criminal scum. Dude, you're running into the forest. I just want you to know where you're going. Come back, crazy cultist dude. Crazy cultist surfer dude is not a word combo I thought I'd be saying today. And yet here we are. Yeah, you know what? That's right. He's exercising now. He's found a new drug. I actually lost him. He is so much faster than me. I actually lost him. Okay. I'm a little turned around now. Hang on. I want to go that way, I think. I am curious where he runs off to. Yeah, he's got like a permanent haste bonus of, I suppose, adrenaline. I did beat him within an inch of his life. Do know, we here at the Lore Walkers are very tolerant and understanding of all beacher dudes. Did you mean surfers? No, beacher. Big difference. I mean, have you seen a surfboard anywhere around here? He actually runs all the way to the old castle. That is funny. I guess that they just set that as the default fleeing location and then used that for everyone. I can't believe it's still night. I've been sort of... I mean, we have walked across the whole zone. I sort of assumed at some point it would just naturally reach daytime, which is why I wasn't worried about it. Tree. Over here. Hang on 1 second. I wanted to jot down some notes before I forgot them. I don't care for Gothic that much. Like, I get that it's a big, fancy font, but honestly, it just gets hard to read, especially if you overuse it. Now, doing that thing where only one letter at the beginning of a paragraph is Gothic, that works. You know, hang on. I just had a random thought that I now have to do. 1 second, please. Would you believe that's just the way I've sorted the local spreadsheet? Because the Who's Put Money Towards is literally just a dump, a direct copy-paste of my local spreadsheet. I don't remember what they were sorted as lately. I resort it constantly to try and track for certain specific things. Like games that have fallen into the dead fruit category, or games that have, you know, put a specific modifier on top of them, or just stuff like that. Ha. I could try to make a point of alphabetizing them in the future, but I figured most people just use Control F anyways. Okay, this is actually the wrong song. Sorry. There's the right song.
The novice Nyrus has gone mad. He said that the sleeper had talked to him and chosen him as his only servant. Then he attacked and tried to kill me.
The might of the sleeper is so vast that unprepared souls despair over it. Only we gurus, in our years of meditation, have achieved the spiritual strength to bear the voice of the almighty sleeper.
I found the focus.
Ding! You have done us a great favor. Now, take the focus back to Kor Kalom. He'll know what needs to be done.
Where can I find this Kor Kalom?
He spends most of his time in the alchemy lab in the upper section of the catwalks. Talk to Lester at the entrance to the camp. He often guides newcomers around the camp. Come on.
I love how they yell at you the second they stop talking to you because they want to go somewhere and you're in their way now because you were talking to them. 1 second. We need a better weapon now that we're in chapter 2. And I want to look up something. There we go. Hey, Dream Whisperer. Yeah, I was wondering about that, Solahil. I guess that answers it. Yes, we would be a Gothic. I'm not seeing a lot of weapons really worthwhile that are reasonable to get right now. Yeah, I noticed that too. Hope we're not bugged. Nope, we're still here. No, I was hoping for a two-handed, but I guess it doesn't matter. There's no shields, you know? What is our weapon right now? What is this thing? 29. Wait, no, that's not 29. We're using this thing. 54. That's a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, exactly. It matters in what terms of what skill I want to invest in. That's actually exactly why I was looking it up. Because I was debating if I want to go ahead and start saving skill points for two-handed skill or not. Because if we're made a mercenary, we could actually gain two-handed skill for the first time. We aren't. We haven't yet, but we could. If not, then we need to go spend some money to raise one-handed skill. And we need quite a few skill points for that either way. More than we have, it looks like. Yeah, we need 70 to raise two-handed, or 30 to raise one-handed. Well, the shame of it is that would involve walking across the world again, so we're going to live without that for now. So I don't feel like making that walk again.
Maybe.
There must be something about that story after all.
Shoot. Okay, I know where that is, I think. Yep. Okay. We are looking for Is this the smithy or the... This looks like the alchemy place. They're doing drugs around here.
You're learning fast.
I heard that earlier, Solahila, but I wasn't able to verify that, so I'm not sure. But whatever. Let's turn on the in-game volume again. It's for you.
That wasn't very clever. You're very probably right.
Listen, if you're gonna do drugs, you gotta do them fast. It's very important. You don't want to savor the drug. It's just... Gotta get that high. Gotta chase it. Hey, no hard feelings from when I robbed you earlier, right?
What do you want?
Iberian sent me. I have the focus.
Ah, the focus, at last. Now I can study the magic of these artifacts. If I only had enough secretion. Damn!
Secretion?
Yes. As you must know, I produce the magic potions for the invocation of the sleeper. For this purpose, I need the secretion from the mine crawler's mandibles. You know what mine crawlers are, don't you?
Yeah, actually.
Yes.
Very good.
Speak on.
Well, just a short time ago, I had a vision of the sleeper himself. He gave me a sign. He made me understand that there is a means other than the secretion from the mandibles. And he chose me to pass on this mission. You're not getting this mission from me. You're getting it from the sleeper.
Yes, I get it.
Be silent, fool. He made me understand that the path I have embarked upon is right, but the means aren't strong enough. The right means can be found with the mine crawlers, but the mandibles are not sufficient. There must be something else.
Have you never examined the mine crawlers? I mean, maybe there's another body part which contains more of the secretion.
Of course, we have taken some mine crawlers apart, but only their mandibles seem to contain the secretion. There must be something else. Find their nest, and you'll find the answer.
Where will I find the mine crawlers?
In the old mine.
Where's the old mine? Or is it just the mine that I've actually already been in?
Looks like this might become quite a bloody adventure.
Take these potions with you. I am not giving them to you because I want you to stay alive, but because this task needs to be done.
You're very probably right.
It's a hell of a sentence. What are you, my boss?
Iberian said you'd pay me if I brought you the focus.
Really? He said that? Well then, I suppose 50 ore should be enough.
Thanks. Buy light scrolls.
May the sleeper enlighten you.
What the hell are light scrolls, and where do I buy them? He's a CEO. Understand that I only pay you because I need this job done so you can make me money. I would rather that you died alone, starving in a ditch. Well, hang on. To the walkthrough. Let's see what it mentions here. Balsas. Balkadar. How the hell is Bal... Ah! I found the light scroll. Okay. Okay.
Let's talk about something else instead. But keep it to yourself.
It's daytime now. So, yay.
That wasn't very clever.
You realize you guys live in a swamp, right? Yes. The mosquitoes are a gift from the sleeper. They remind us of the impermanence of life. Okay, but you could live somewhere else. The sleeper has mandated that we live here. Really? Like, personally, like, showed up and was like, hey, what's up? Yes. No further questions. Questions are heresy. Okay. Good to know. No, this is apparently the spot. Yeah, I'll take a desert over a swamp 10 times out of 10. Speaking of someone who's been in both. The blood throws, they show up there, like, yeah, man. And then they stab you. Yeah, I'll take dry heat, thank you. I have lived with dry heat more than once in my life. I was actually the guy. Hello, cat.
Can you train me?
Out of my sight, unworthy one. I instruct only the Sleeper's Templars.
Cool. So you're worthless, is what you're saying. I accept that. Hello, push-ups. Yeah. The real Gothic experience begins here. Light of the sun. My one weakness. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm not going to that hut. Do you have an entrance? Yes, okay.
Hey, you! Get
What's up?
out of here, or I'll call the...
Listen, I just need to go to bed real quick. Just real quick, okay? Thank you. And I'm out. Sorry for bothering you. Oh my god, I'm the sleeper. It all makes sense now.
Let's talk about something else instead.
I want to acquire magic writings.
Okay. Hey, there's a map. Okay, so I need light. Sure. I don't know how many we need, so we're just gonna buy all of them. And here, in exchange, I'll sell you these digger's trousers. See you around, Jay Palmer. You have no money. You have no money. much do these cost? Eh. Yeah, I think those are spells instead of scrolls. I could be wrong, though. I'm not sure how this works. Okay, so now we have light. Some 4. Alright, what kind of rings we got? Hang on. I need to look at them, because I assumed they were magic rings.
I want to acquire magic writing.
Let's look at them. What do we got? Protection against what? So armor. Magic. Arrows, fire. Right, that's it. Well, we'd have to lose one of our rings to put that on. But that's probably worth it. Let's see, what do we have right now? Strength bonus. Dexterity bonus. Whoops, that's too much. Too much. Okay. Yeah, would you want to sleep in a mud hut? You know what? Here, I'll take your stupid map. And that. Yep. And I think that's it. I do want to see this map here. What do we got? Oh wow, look at how useful that map is. That is a map. That is a technically true statement. So I don't know who 15 is. Let's see. Okay, that's Lord Aramon. Kind of figured. I'll put that towards Trails of Cold Steel. This Gaia. Stein's Gate. Elite. And thank you, Lord Aramon, very much. Always appreciate you. Yes. Can I help you? Okay. So I guess we're going to the old mine again? Weren't we literally just there? I mean, just. It was yesterday. Alright, whatever. Let's make a trip. Hello. This way, I guess. So how about those parking tickets? Am I right? Wait, no, I need something more lowball than that.
Mate.
How about that cafeteria food? No, that doesn't work either. How about that sun?
Hang on. I'm not.
How about that heat wave that's been hitting the entire planet this summer? Man, I wish, Loner. I would have killed myself years ago. Oh, speaking of, let's cook some food. Oh, I have nothing to cook. Man, we aren't here. We're still stuck in Summerland. Let's see. And yeah, it might drop into the 80s in 2 weeks. Oh, hey, a respawn. Will it be a higher level respawn? Or I guess it's spawn. That's not a respawn. Nope. Y'all suck. Getting out of the hellscape of the heat. Those are birds. I don't care about birds. I'm officially past birds. We're done with birds. Yeah, actually, this is probably a good time for it. Because we're just about to walk for a while. We actually have a different animation. I'm kind of amused by that. Ooh, bug. Man, I sure love the indicator to show how long my buffs are going to last. That is a useful feature. Listen. My wife's in labor, so I need to pay off my electric bill, and I left my oven on in the house, right? So I needed to do this. We need diapers right now. The kiddo needs the diapers. You don't understand. It's poop everywhere. I did do that on purpose. I actually got there just in time, if you're paying attention, because I want to do that before the haste buff ran out. You can actually see through the line into the world below it if you pay very careful attention there. Hi, Azar. Thank you for the bits, Solihila. As usual, you can put those towards up to 3 things of your choice, if you choose to. Oh yeah, I need to get that a negative too. Remember, you can pick up to 3 things, but I will put that towards Age of Mythology R. I have to stop moving, and I'll have to write that down, but I will still do it. Age of Mythology R. I wonder if I could still walk into the old camp. Cool.
You have to watch what you tell me. People always talk. Rely on somebody.
Let's talk about something else.
If you think.
Why would I deliver the letter? Of course I haven't delivered the letter.
Some people think I'm a complete lunatic.
But no, I really didn't.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
I honestly figured it was just something we'd kind of walked away from.
Do you train fighters at all?
Yeah, but not just for fun.
I want to improve my handling of one-handed weapons.
That's a good decision. Before you can improve your technique, you'll have to learn how to hold the weapon right. Beginners often tend to hold one-handed weapons with both hands. Now, don't even start getting into that habit.
I would never do that.
Hold the weapon with one hand, blade up, and keep swinging it. You have to learn to harmonize your weapon's swing with your own movements. That'll make you faster in the attack. If you keep in mind what I've taught you, your fights will be more elegant and a lot faster in future. Oh yeah, one more thing. Some hits cause more damage than others. As a beginner, you don't stand much of a chance making critical hits. But the further you progress, the better you get.
You're my best friend here.
I mean, there is no mirror universe in the rewrite push-ups, if that answers you. But I suppose no. I'm not even sure how I would deliver that. I guess there's the guy in the new camp. The guy I keep trying to buy magic stuff from.
I thought that'd be.
Keep it as long.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
Alright, this is it. We're gonna do the brave, insane, dangerous thing of going through the forest. Yeah, Blue Robe, that guy. At the center of the cave. Well, I suppose in the interest of fairness, I just lied to you, push-ups. So there's going to be basically an in-universe TV show, and that's the Mirror Universe. That's the simplest way to put that. There is no actual Mirror Kirk or Mirror anybody. Hello. There's no Mirror Universe Kirk, there's no Mirror Universe Spock, but there's characters. Story. And there's your Mirror Universe. No, I don't care enough. I don't care enough. I have stopped caring about meat. I'll loot the wolf. Different timing, I notice. Alright, now remember this. It's gonna be bugs next. I mean, I did just up my armor by another 10. I don't know how much damage these guys do, but I bet it's not that much. Mud, what are you doing in here? Why are you following me this far out? And how do I get you killed? Yeah, this is one of the better benefits of having this type of linear armor. You really do trivialize earlier things. And obviously, trivialization itself is not necessarily a good thing. But what it is it is a clear indicator of how far you've progressed, and it removes the, let's call it the aggravation, from having to go back through older areas. I have played plenty of games where the old stuff is still hurts, and just going from point A to point B is a pain because, you know, that stuff still sucks to go through, even though you're level 15 or whatever. One of the major detriments of the linear system is there's no outskilling stuff that's higher tier than you. You cannot perfectly combo, parry, block a guy because you just can't do damage to him. You run into a stat wall. Wolf. Where is everybody? Hello? Hello? Yeah. Okay.
Can you tell me anything about the mine?
Well, this part we're standing in now is the main shaft. A system of catwalks takes you down to the bottom. And they're digging for ore everywhere. But you need to be careful. There are many mine crawlers there as well. Right at the bottom is the smelting place. We're smelting a part of the ore to use it right there.
See ya.
Hey then. I love this cave music. It exists. Is this the right way? This does not... I don't think I've done the right way. Hang on. Look at all these ore nodes just taunting me. Can you actually mine in the future Gothic games? Or is that forever locked out of reach? Interesting trade-off.
Hey, you, there was no grilled meat at all.
Oh, I guess I must have been mistaken. Have a good day. Are you Ian, the boss of the mine?
Yeah, I'm Ian, and this is my mine, so don't touch or break anything.
There must be a nest of mine crawlers somewhere here.
There are probably dozens of nests here.
Listen, I need to get to this nest now.
I don't have time to see to it now. Our masher doesn't work anymore. The gear wheel broke a few hours ago. I've no idea where to get a new one. Just get me a gear wheel, then I'll see to your problem.
Okay.
I'll just have a look around.
Don't make any trouble.
Look, I've already kind of robbed the hell out of this mine, so I think I've already made all the trouble I'm going to.
Hang on. Better not to go rushing into anything. People don't need to know.
Some people...
I doubt that.
What do you know about the mine crawlers?
The crawlers must have a nest somewhere. If we only knew where, we could destroy the whole brood.
What do you know about the mine crawlers?
The crawlers...
Okay.
May the sleeper protect you.
Unlikely. Right. Okay. I do like going in blind. I guess the opposite of that. Yeah, speaking of stat walls, we'll come back to that in just a second. Nice place. Use ladder, please. Oh, okay. Okay. How do I go down then? Without dying. Use this ladder. Hey, I can use a ladder. Well, time to see how this works out. Yep, just attack me while I'm going down the ladder. That's great. And we're dead. Okay. Okay. I've got bad news and worse news. How's your day going? Because I just got eaten by spiders. Ants? That's even worse. Oh my god. What the? What? Oh. There we go. I have not. Bizarre. I still don't really know a lot of what's going on lore-wise. We're still down here in the muck. At the moment, our main story quest is to figure out what exactly the evil cultists are up to. And, you know, probably put a stop to that. Hilly wanted to loot those blueberries. Well, we know they're stuck there, but, like, I don't know. It feels like a magical barrier needs to be maintained by something. I guess that might not be true in this setting, so never mind, I'm presuming. Yes, the whole game has been inside the dome. I imagine, like, the final quest will be getting out somehow. Based on the structure so far, I would presume that, you know, which camp we choose is actually going to change how exactly we get out. I imagine the options are be evil but with an anarchist bent, or be evil with a mage bent. Please do not spoil anything, Czar. I would rather you not spoil a game I am currently in the middle of playing for the first time. We did join the anarchist group, so...
But keep it to yourself. People don't need...
It's obvious at the beginning.
Hi, where are you off to?
We take the Minecrawler secretion from our brothers in the old mine to Kor Kalam. We go to the old mine every day to collect it.
What kind of secretion is it?
We obtain it from the mandibles of the Minecrawlers. If you know how to do it, you can take them out without losing the secretion.
Can you tell me how to get the secretion of a Minecrawler?
Of course. After you've killed the beast, you get hold of the mandibles and pull them straight out. This way, you'll get the secretion gland without destroying it.
Thanks. Bye. I guess I should pick the last option.
What does Korkalam need the secretion for?
As far as I know, he makes a potion with it which increases the magic powers of a novice. Since we are preparing for the great invocation, he can't get enough of the stuff. With the aid of the potion, he'll prepare the novices for the great day.
Have you enough of the potion for the great invocation of the sleeper?
No, we still have to collect much more. Our Mindcrawler hunting units are in action day and night.
Okay. Well, anyways, back in. I can't remember the last time I saw Escape from New York. Who, Colgrim? You mean Gothic man? Does whatever a Gothic can. I'm not clever enough to come up with lyrics on the top of my head, sorry. Bad voice acting, lack of intonation. Does not know the lowness of his station. I don't know, like I said, I can't do this off the top of my head. I can't do it. I'm sure I can workshop something if you give me a few minutes. He's probably the funniest voice actor in the game. For whatever that's worth. Yeah, me too, Act. Whatever. And yes, I saw that people are rushing to play Hollow Knight. I hope they enjoy it. So we're about to experience something wonderful, and that is going down a ladder the intended method.
A new face. Have you ever dug ore, boy?
Technically, yes.
Have you been here long?
I've already been here 10 years. Oh, believe me, I've learned and experienced quite a lot here. I've encountered many dangers and managed to stay alive. In the old times, when we worked in the abandoned mine, the one which is deserted now, and the supporting beams collapsed. But that's old stories.
You must have heard about many escape plans as well.
Listen, boy, I know you want to get out of here, but forget it. You better forget the thought of escape. I saw the faces of those who tried to get out of the barrier. Don't make the same mistake. The barrier will stop everybody.
I don't want to dig in the mine for the next 10 years of my life.
No, you won't. Perhaps you'll be one of the real big shots. Who knows? You'll work your way up. But no matter how far you'll get, the barrier will finally stop you.
Good luck.
Same to you, boy. Same to you.
That would explain it, Wolverine, sadly.
Are you...
So we've actually already talked to this guy.
I have some...
I'll just have a look around.
Don't make any...
Okay.
It was obvious that there would...
Okay, so there's Spider Nest of Hell, which we're not going into.
Maybe. I doubt that's ever likely to change. Hang on. Better not to go rushing his same old story.
Alright. This time we've got this. So now, Now we're going to do something we haven't done this entire playthrough, and I'm looking forward to this because I imagine it's going to be absolutely terrible. To be clear, this is not what I had in mind. um, hang on. Hang on. Okay. The wrong type. Look. Okay, hang on. Perfect. Oh, we're dead. Sweet.
May I pack?
Yeah, I accidentally tapped F7. That was actually on me. I can't. Oh, Croatia. Oh my god. Why, Croatia? Why do you hate me? What did I do to you? Like, in a previous life, was I a landlord and therefore deserved this eternal torment? Because if so, fair enough, I'll accept that. What setting was that? There was some setting somewhere where, like, pain and evil were measurable. And so if you did X evil, you had to suffer X pain equal to X in order to make up for it. And at which point then you could move on. Oh god, what was that? I guess that's karma? Oh. He already talked to you.
Listen, you'll... Good luck.
What I'm thinking is a little bit more video gaming.
I'll just have a look.
Don't make it.
Hey, you.
Oh,
You shouldn't believe everything you hear. I thought
People always talk.
Gonna be really arrogant and not save. Okay, nope, I just cursed myself. Can't do it. Okay, now I'm gonna be really arrogant and not save. Brave. I'll run the edge like that. Yeah, Django was talking about people who Iron Man this game, and those people are absolutely out of their goddamn minds. Okay. So let's see if we can successfully do something we've never done before that doesn't involve glitching into the universe. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Hang on. There we go. Oh. I don't have the dexterity to wield the bow. I don't have the dexterity to wield the bow. Okay. So, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to give this its own negative because this is terribly designed. The fall is far enough to die just from the fall, and the ladder leads you to death because you can't get off the ladder quickly. Now, I know, I could bow my way down, but, like, there is no way to just get down here without, you know, dying or getting lucky on the geometry. I am not intentionally skipping any drops. Anything over there? What's this game of prototype projectiles? No, that would be Kingsfield. Oh, we could try to get down as far as we can here. Do it at an angle like this. Okay. Draw the weapon, please. Thank you. 3 hits. Okay. Okay. Grab some mandibles while we're here. There's our gear wheel. Anything else down here? Over here. Not really. Well, we got those 3 mandibles. I was about to check out what's over here. Okay. Okay, that's not a bottomless pit. That's just some geometry. I already interacted with the corpses. And I'm pretty sure I got their mandibles. Pretty sure. Nah, I got me paranoid. Pretty sure I already got him. It's the first thing I did. Before I saved you.
Let's talk about it. You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
To yourself. People don't need to know it.
Okay.
I have the gear wheel.
Hey, well done. I think that'll work. Now, what about you? You're looking for the nest of the mine crawlers. Just go to Ascan and tell him to open the gate so you can search the dark shafts. Just tell him everything's gonna be fine. Then he'll know that I've given you permission.
Uh-huh.
I'll just have a look around.
Don't make any trouble.
Okay. Make trouble. Got it. Eat some herbs real quick.
But keep it to
have to
yourself.
watch what you tell
Don't need
people.
to know it.
Well, hang on. Better not.
Are you planning to... Hang on.
I better keep it.
Better not...
Not really. The ring is certainly helping, because you notice we got pretty low there. So yeah, that extra 10 armor is probably the only reason we did. By probably, I mean with total sincerity.
As long as I'm not involved.
As long as I'm not involved.
Some people never learn. You shouldn't
Oh, we're not.
believe anything you hear.
Anything else in here other than loot that I don't care about? Dark Pit of Despair. Okay, okay. Okay. Ain't much here. Alright.
Things would have gone very differently. That one.
What ring?
I doubt that's ever
I mean, no. Whatever it is. But what ring? Hey, Steam Tears. Whoop. Okay.
Yeah, that's
God damn it.
that's really not my problem.
Hang on. Better not to go rushing into anything.
There. I have picked up a ring. Yeah, this game's really... it's the best game I've ever played, Steam Tears. Like StarCraft 2, Mario Wonder, World of Warcraft, they all just...
Well, there was a time when things would
They all pale in comparison to this game.
that wasn't
DOS 2, it's got nothing on this. You know, we were talking about how common it is for RPGs to have trash encounters, or, excuse me, wrong, random encounters baked into their design. Interestingly enough, it's much harder to point to RPGs that don't have random encounters. Of which this is one of them. Go figure. I guess that's our smelting furnace. I guess we have orc slaves in here, so that's cool. Alright, there's our gate. Let's pause for lunch here, shall we? I'll be back after the lunch break.